It's time. It's time to finally beat this game. Oh, and as such, I've done the special thing again. So tonight, for the final Ace Attorney stream, I have become Phoenix Wright once more. Hello. Alright, let's go. We're just gonna get right into it today. The Inner Temple Training Hall. Right. This is what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I noticed there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're wanting to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly flat. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. It's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation of the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's had so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That's rich coming from her. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Let's see what we have to say here. This door. When I was here earlier, there was only one lock, but now there's 5 of them. Those chains. What's if they're guarding something inside that cavern? I've never seen locks quite like this before. I have. Seen locks and chains just like these before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if these locks are guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Korean channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? Can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... And the world would do something like this. Pearl? I guess? Like, let's assume that only people with spiritual power can put locks down like this, okay? Then Maya, Pearl, Misty, and the nun? But probably not Iris. These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are 100 ways to set them. So only the person who set the lock could open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. Maybe Maya killed her. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. Suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it'll take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. Wow, that's quick. That's way faster than I thought. A whole day. That's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Oh, wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Huh? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen the same evening at the Inner Temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. Something going on here that we don't know about. Before I present that to her, I want to ask her about probably like these 2 things, maybe? Take a look at this for me, Iris. Yeah, the locks are far more important at this moment. When you agree? That's right. Gotta hold off about asking about things for now. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Wait, really? Everything is off limits? Huh. Even this? Alright, okay. I guess we're going with Magatama time then. Assuming we already have everything we need. I think it's time you told us the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Larry? Well, Iris, I trust you, so you need to trust me. But Mr. Wright, I can't. Why not? I can't trust this random nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. This person saw you so... Okay, well then it's gotta be Bikini. Talk about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an outlet with her training in the Inner Temple, but... Well, as you can see, my back legs stacked up violently. So I left Iris to help the outlet and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You 2 talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. Alright, there goes 1. The outlet's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? You see, it takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. Sorry, Iris, but lying doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. You gave us this thing. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Huh. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. The main hall? Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. This time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I managed to prove 2 things. Hi, Yen. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. You were at the temple, you were at the Inner Temple, and there were 2 of you. Let's go with there were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. But your trembling starting seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. Well, not this, right? Larry's horrible sketch, maybe? So, I mean, I'm thinking it's this terrible sketch. What if Iris is actually a ghost? And, like, Pearl is just channeling her or something? Here, Larry's sketch. Mr. Wright, when you said there was another me, kind of expected someone who looked like me, you know? I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? You show me something you're 100% certain about then? Irrefutable evidence. Show me something there's proof of more than 1 of me. Tracks from that night, crime photo. As the victim's blood prints and suspects. Well, that maybe? I mean, she certainly has some similarities with her, but I don't know if I actually have, like, what we need. But I can't think of what else, like, we have. But the thing we just did really seemed to be like she was expecting someone. Yeah. I think maybe. No, let's leave for now. Also, what's my health at right now? Probably not great, but you know, it's fine. I think we don't have what we need, and there's more dialogue out here, so. Okay, hold on. In that case, since we have to do like investigation stuff first, I'm gonna reload. Ah, man. Okay, hold on. Let me just skip through all this stuff because it's fine. I should have saved before we did the Magatama bit. The fact that like there's still a lot more investigation to go, or at least a chunk of investigation, makes me wonder, will we actually beat this game tonight? We can do it, right? Okay. Move. Okay. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ugh. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? You came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Something terrible? You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the Guardian here, huh? There's a high chance this is actually the scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood? And the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things could have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No. Though, thankfully, my nightmares have stopped. Still, if the ground gives you the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago. We were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. All started with that big quake that hit the courthouse, sorry. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. Been more than 17 years now. Remember that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Oh, whoops, wrong voice. Think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. Or imagine I could be so wrong about myself in my life. Sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. Felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes. Checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I'd seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. As cases go, it's my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. Can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Okay, so that sounds like we need evidence. Right. Apparently Iris was taken by the sisters here as a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. This seems a lot like... I'm gonna need to... We probably need to talk to other people too. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna move between all the different areas. Because we'll probably run into more people. Including who? Finally getting to the bottom of this case. Count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Oh, I'm surprised no one's here. So that's the garden. Okay, bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure it's quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Let's find out. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls? What are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey! What do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey! We find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Laurice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't you try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only ever let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Aw, poor Pearl. It's okay. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here, now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. Larry. Larry, my friend. You know you can't do that, okay? Like, you can't kidnap someone. It's not okay. Especially not a tiny little mystic. None of that, please. I do really enjoy the, you know. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. Does she now? I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates. Tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. Oh, but Mr. Laurice. Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of a nutcase, I beg you. Oh, don't worry, I'm not looking at you like that. I'm looking at you like this. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. When I was wide awake after the lightning struck, I saw what I saw. Exactly like I drew in the picture. Looks like I don't have any choice but to take the sketch at face value. What's the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Huh? Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls. But yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Doonham's room, reading a book together. But Miss Doonham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Well then. I've been a bad girl. So I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It's disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared. What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. You mean like this guy? Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's really cruel of you. Just as I thought. Gonna have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. Oh no, the poor Pearls. I'm gonna continue collecting clues though. So have fun crying here, Pearl. I'll see you later. I guess. It feels terrible to do that, but we did say we had to talk to Bikini and Gumshoe, and I think that was it. Bikini and Gumshoe? Unless Francisca shows up again. Wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. Haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Yeah, I could see that. I think they would get along pretty well together. Oh boy. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it, about the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something we need to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master Karain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. I bet you that Pearls was trying to channel Mia, because, like, this is clearly Misty Faye, the mom, and so maybe, like, Pearls wanted Mia to be able to talk to her mom again? Maybe? It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean, Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." What? Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new master of Karain, and her daughter's the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. Like nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the mystic or the master worth this much bloodshed? You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. That time I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask case. And during Maggie Bird's trial too. Yeah, but this was a good time right here. This was Mia clearly at her like most cunning. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The Karain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expect you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe it anymore, you see? All because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. Oh, it was the police report. Oh, because of that incident. What was it, like SL6 or something like that? Is she talking about what I think she's... I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6, my bad. I was close. Considering that was like from the first game, I feel pretty good about the fact that I still remember the fact that it has an L and a 6 incident. The DL6 incident. I knew it. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Oh, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on the case? A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It's all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth! Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. With a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? I should present Maya to her. The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. The women of the Faye clan have always been spirit mediums. The power to communicate with spirit flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit the power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mistigami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? That's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Crane Village. The massive load of hair. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel! Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. Sound like you met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child. She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait. What? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister. Is that Dahlia? And Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sisters? Oh, didn't you know? What happened 20 years ago? After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. And that was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? It's Dahlia. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. That's a clue, I guess. Jeweler. Thank you very much. You helped me clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Now I'm thinking maybe Pearl accidentally channeled... Oh wait, no, Morgan's not dead. Never mind. I was gonna think maybe Pearl somehow managed to channel Morgan and then she murdered Misty. Anger, what do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of his would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems as the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. This information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions to get some more info. Okay, this isn't gonna do anything, because she doesn't know. Is in solitary confinement. When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her own sister. It must have been really tough on her. Even so, it doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. Okay, let's see if Gumshoe's here, maybe? Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the Chandon room in Karain. I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, a good case if we lost along the way. But I never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh, sorry. Totally wrong tune here. Reggae, huh? Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Ooh, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I'd find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here. I saw him turn up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, I'll be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. Not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What do you mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. Busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. All I find is some burnt up old letter. Oh, I see stuff about channeling written down in here. Leave everything up to her. Burnt up old letter? Yeah, that was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? Got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff, but it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good looking over and some serious thoughts. Make sure you check in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Oh, gumshoe. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishido that was found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah. And man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. Got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Oh, it's the thing we used before, right? What's this secret weapon of yours? It's a metal detector, isn't it? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Hell yeah. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. So high-tech you could skydive off of it. Oh, bother. And now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Great. So first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around until it makes lots more noise. Don't worry, this may let you know when you hit something metallic. When it happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. Okay. You know, with a sword, it's supposed to represent the most precious sense of life, all anyone. But I think about sometimes, what kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division? You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. Think about it a lot. He is a traffic cop. He is a detention officer. And he has the blue badger. There's something to be said about the human value of Gumshoe as the blue value. What's this? Something round in the ground. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap? For detectives? You meant those fierce chaps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. Got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There's this bit of cheese and it looks so tasty. I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Oh, there's stuff in the sled. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. There's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! Been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. Cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know. Bet it happened this morning. Playing around with the sled and... Stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. Well, the ladder's probably metal, right? Like a ladder? That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I met plenty of guys like you. Always picking up the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does this all the time. He cracks when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. Well, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. Oh, the last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Achievement unlocked: ladders versus step ladders. Well, this is kind of going off a little bit. Okay. Is there something behind this? Wait. Right here? A $1 coin. Money? If you find money, you have to turn it into the police or a detective. If the other ones come forward within 6 months, you get to keep 10%. The other 90% goes to, to the police department. Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will you? Here's the coin. Happy? I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective. Yikes. Got a serious case of denial. This looks like a wallet? Aha! That's where it's been. I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you so dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. The wallet's completely empty. I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Wow, there's so much random crap. What is this, like, blue thing? What? No, okay. So this was the coin. None of the ski... Pair of skis? He's better on skis than on skates. No, he's best at making mashed potatoes and gravy. Okay, more skis. These aren't the murder weapon, right? Though they would, like, come right out. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of running out of things to look at here. This is just Ami, right? Yeah, no. Oh wait, can I slide at all? No, you can't. Wait, why is the staff metal? This is Miss Doonham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, it's a thing made of wood. Alright. Don't bother investigating anything else. It looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? Weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Oh, is this like a cool cane sword? Yeah, hands off! So yeah, but this is a job for the... Huh. The top is coming off. Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Yep. That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... could it be the murder weapon? I never would have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, that's what they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. I guess this isn't a murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. The same length as the Shichishito, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, on a road to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? How's that, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding out for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been murdered? Please, detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff secret trip. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How would I take you there when you find Maya? Huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Oh, Gumshoe. What a good dude. What a good dude he is. The man can't afford, like, anything beyond ramen noodles, and yet he's willing to do that. Can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise doing with a staff like this in the first place? I mean, probably protecting yourself, right? Be careful. Once night falls, blank should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is blank. She is our something, the whole. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. She definitely channeled Mystic on me. Once this is burned, also make telling you about this other. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh. This looks like a letter from Morgan. All right, well, let's go back to Pearl for that, maybe. I assume she doesn't have anything to say about this. Yeah, no. Okay. Back to Pearl. Because I had to imagine that this burnt letter is going to be the thing that kind of busts through this. Supposing Larry and Pearls to be here. Guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll check back later. Okay. To the garden then, maybe? Maybe to Edgeworth? Oh, wait. Alright. Iris. We now have a connection between people, so we can probably get him to talk. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who knows something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was the key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Stepsister, I suppose. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne's dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading your file, I came to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistent Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Oh, maybe she channeled her spirit. At the time, Dahlia... It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down. Her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? Sure, that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And when someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder... Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Caught in the middle of a murder investigation. Police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She's a very famous spirit medium, the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they're all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case on, you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth. You understand someday. And then, you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real. Should I present the mom, or are we done with Edgeworth? Because I think we might be done with Edgeworth. Although Dahlia's actually, you know, filled up now. Okay. So I bet you Pearl channeled Dahlia. Right? I'm gonna go back down to Heavenly Hall. Let's say Heaven's Hole for a second because of Kiara from Fate Grand Order. That's her noble phantasm. Or, well, Heaven's Hole is, but still, same difference. Garden is where he is. Inner Temple Gate... Training Hall. Training Hall is the place I need to go. Although, I was thinking I'd run into Pearl first. But maybe not. Although... Oh, wait, yeah. We can break her final lock now. What? Oh, right. My bad. Because we needed someone who looked like her before to break it, so now we can do it. Okay. Okay, so the first one was Sister Bikini. Because of her testimony that she saw her. And then it doesn't add up with this evidence or her testimony. Probably either one works, I bet. Okay. And then this last one, we say there were two of you. Okay, there's only one of me. Show me the evidence that proves there's more than one of me. Dahlia Hawthorne. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I know I do, you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? Sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah. So, are the instructions from Iris? Or from Morgan? I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple the night of the murder was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I had to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What are you talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? But the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. That was the start of it all. So it started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? There's no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge. Our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the oldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The Main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the oldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Before long, the credibility of the Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive. He had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see? Oh. I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her, being rejected by her own family. Heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. Yeah, I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she became in a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Oh, man. Right in the heart. Also, I don't know why, but the Twitch chat just randomly refreshed on me for no apparent reason. Did the stream just go down? Nope. It says it's stable on the Twitch inspector. Huh? Weird. Okay. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's so much to investigate. Leave these socks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. There's one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl Psych Lock. Psyche Lock. So, do you think that the locks currently in place were put there by Maya then? Or by Pearl? To protect her from Dahlia? Because that's what I'm kind of thinking right now. Hold up, 1 second. Charm poking in the snow. Looks pretty old. Leather cord tied to it too. Okay. Our dear friend Larry just tried to steal it when no one was looking. I mean, he would. Also, Dahlia probably wrote that. The real question is how the hell we're gonna make a courtroom be convinced of any of this. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. You're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We already polished them off. I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearl is hiding. No more talking points, right? Okay. Alright, buddy. Time to make a child cry. What I say. I've recently discovered that the VTuber program has shortcuts for like making the emotions go funny. Anyway. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yeah! I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No. There was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? She went to the Inner Temple, right? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Like she's still not gonna open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? I'm gonna take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, that's this. This, maybe? Nope, it's not that. Something I'm worried about right now. You, Mr. Nick, and your face has turned a really strange color. You don't work so hard, you know? You need to take a break once in a while. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just, you know. I'm just turning all sorts of funny colors. Oh, God! Oh, no! It's just turning green. Okay, anyway. Being chatted by a 9-year-old, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. Okay, so yeah, Maya. I'll die of pneumonia if I nap in a drafty little shack like this. Oh, we have to do it all over again? I mean, not like... Okay, sure. Okay, I thought it might be Maya, but the question here doesn't, like, present it very well, right? It's obvious what you're so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Mr. Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? It was you who introduced Hazakura Tempo to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? Around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple was pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. This thing mentions the bell, right? As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her. You were given some instructions to follow for the night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
What? Where did you...
In the incinerator of the inner temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. Never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions of the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Probably her. Pearls. I had to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? Dum dum, dum dum. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it's your own mother who asked you, that's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay.
Oh.
Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
Say anything rather than admitting to carrying out those instructions. Guess I have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. What do you mean she misunderstood some of the words? Hold on. The whole... Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades. It's the burning bridge, right? Nope, okay. I don't think it's me who made a mistake, Mr. Nick, it's you. Why? Oh, that word. The only explanation for such a simple mistake. Stabbed. Lots of blood. What word would she like not understand? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is it really this stupid? Gravely roast the master. Where's the gravy? Look, she's gravely roasted the master. Oh god, it is this. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging skull, wasn't it?
Why'd I do something like?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Doonham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. Not very good at reading.
Would you like to practice reading with me?
Mr. Lisa, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Doonham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounds like gravy to me. The only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. You know, burned the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. It's a simple thing and I couldn't even do it right.
Yeah, you just went off and murdered someone instead.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. Well, I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I never failed at channeling someone. The first time it happened. I tried and tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearls. It'll all work out.
You want to come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that.
So she never managed to channel the spirit? Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? She's not really dead, perhaps?
I suppose there's one other possibility. Not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Oh. Okay. Who would be channeling her? Maya? Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yeah, it's like dating a girl, Nick. Can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Alright, my opinion of Larry just went up. That'll be on the night of the murder. Someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
A failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter.
This is my last wish, she said.
So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. Definitely need to find out more about it.
After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master Crane, like I said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why don't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then
Pearls? Did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just couldn't help it.
Don't worry about it, Pearls. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple.
Yeah, When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. Everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, and I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. Also, did she sleep outside? Because she said she slept in the garden. The Crane girls are made of sturdy stuff, like holy shit. I know it's like, Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month, she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Oh. Wow. What a horrid wench. My mother's always nice to me. I love her very much. Pearl, you were a fucking terrible judge of character. You tiny, like, 9-year-old child or whatever you are. I can't blame her. It's her mom. She loves her. Like, it's fine. But also, like, boy is Morgan not a good person. She's like, let me just wait for my daughter to die so my other daughter can channel her to get revenge. Yikes. Moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it's the good to the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There's a picture with your letter, too. A picture? I'm Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken. This one had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. One had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Francisca? No, Godot. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the secret cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. Guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all wasted time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court. Tomorrow. Once and for all. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. There's a very easy way to tell if she's alive or not. Like, just have Pearl try to channel her. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you.
The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. Seems I was just in time. Then she laughs evilly like Twin Rova and summons Ganon. Alright. Now it's time to win a court trial. How? I have no clue. Because spirit mediums and like evidence around that is a little rough, don't you think? Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick! Please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Partner. They're buddies. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Huh? The circumstances around the murder miss at least doing them. I miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And that woman is really after. Ugh, solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Maybe Iris channeled Dahlia to stop her? Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh good, we're no longer using the Canadian judge. Your Honor, what are you?
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Wait, but this judge never talks with a Canadian accent, does he?
My poor brother. Looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit a role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris, why didn't you discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
I confess to the crime of save scumming, sir. Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Stewenham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order of the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?
3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, is to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. I need, like, here we go. Wait, no, I can't use that. That's an insurance ID card. Here we go.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris was covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where's Larry's letter? Do I still have it? Maybe I don't. What if it was Bikini who did it? One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh?
So they're accusing Maya of the murder then? Wake up and smell the coffee, you trite.
She's naming... Maya?
Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Okay, so then Maya channeled Dahlia? And then murdered her mom? But wasn't she locked in there from 10 o'clock on? Like, how does that work out? I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it wasn't self-defense?
Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. Wait, was Elise channeling Dahlia? And that's why the orders were open? Did Pearl bring them to her? That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya would be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. Sure was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. And also Pearl. Iris even admitted it. Also, Pearl said she slept in the garden. So... Now then, Mr. Wright.
Proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Let's get to pressing. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder you didn't go to the inner temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
I was in the inner temple trainings hall. Oh, that's right. We saw her. We are an eyewitness that she wasn't there.
A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor. You saw her strike her with the staff? Not stab? You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes. It was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time?
Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such a shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
Does that sound right? I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Oh, wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh?
And Elise Duanim tried to stab her with this weapon?
To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Heh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yeah. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment, it's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now. Let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
She threw her staff away?
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. That's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yes, but I also want to press all her statements. Yeah, it's odd, alright.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this.
And then?
Mystic Maya. She turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something.
Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead.
Yes, I see.
This is bad. Still can't put the pieces together. Unless I can find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this.
I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Duinham? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Yes.
Right. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this!
I know that's supposed to be a metaphor,
but I don't get it. It's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold.
What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions?
I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why I have to tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. This and this. Now, I don't know if I can actually present this yet because of this. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. But I think this will probably this will probably be later. And it's probably the fact that she wasn't at the temple that we know. But I'm gonna try this first. Oh no, it is this, okay. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Duinham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Huh?
If Elise Duinham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Yeah.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A longsword is unwieldy. It's quite inefficient in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well.
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. This seems like a good time to save.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Duinham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Faye. How do I show this? Probably. I mean, it's either that or present this. Let's do this because it's real name Misty Faye. Oh, apparently it's not this? No, okay, never mind. At least Doonham would never have attacked Maya Faye.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Doonham. Her real name was Misty Faye. Faye?
No, not Misty Faye.
Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to?
Misty Faye is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Doonham actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh.
Order in the court. On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And 2. That the two people battling to death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes, what is this one little impossible thing?
Huh, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I was investigating the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, in the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous but unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
That's bullshit.
Dahlia Hawthorne would like to raise an objection.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
But what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Only Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it's been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable.
We have a charm that proves it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
They'd recognize each other because of the thingy-mahoozits. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... And that's why they didn't see me.
It was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so really couldn't see. It got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated?
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing that sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
You were saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
More like she was channeling Dahlia. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point? Just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost.
The garden was dark. Couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Duinham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Oh wait, whoops, shoot. I forgot that I was pressing things. One thing's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Oh, hold on, sorry, I forgot to... Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Are they talking about this tree? This is not a pine. This is not a pine tree. Weird ass localization. Being stand in front. So did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya just stood there, not moving an inch. Felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but it's impossible for Maya to stab someone. Okay, let's find ourselves a contradiction, shall we? I don't know why someone talking like this, but we're gonna do it. Stole a weapon. Mystically something with her back to the stone lantern. That's a mystical. Her back to the stone lantern. Wouldn't there be more blood? Wouldn't there be more blood on the stone lantern? We don't have a picture of that, right? Also, we have this, which fits into her story. Not this one. So she doesn't know for sure who did it there, but then she collapsed. Wait, do we know whose blood is on this, actually? It has blood on it. Can we get this analyzed? No. Okay. I don't know. I thought maybe that something would work for this, but maybe not. When Mystic Mind stabbed Mystic Elise. So wait, hold on. Loss of blood from stab in back, but they're facing each other. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Face stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to this autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting and being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
These certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and said she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an outlet is at the inter-temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, there was no snow around it, so it means it was lit, which means that there was light, which means she could have seen, so fuck you, Godot.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It had been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Wait, then how did they write Maya on the lantern? Yes, that illuminating fact had chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. Also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No!
Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor. We present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe we'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. How do you write upside down in the dark? Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the? Wait, how did he not know? He was in the garden. Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. If she was facing the other direction, then she couldn't see who attacked her, so why would she write Maya's name?
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are you all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. It's red and so is his visor. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Well, that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. The victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think that's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Duinham was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. That was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. And I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and I used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Duinham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Alright, let's save. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. Not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so hopeless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Miss Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
She only knew because of the amulet, right? Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. It caught on fire.
It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across that. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. Surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
Like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River?
It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and...
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let me hear about the snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Yeah, how did Larry Butts not see you?
Excuse me?
Godot, what are you up to now? At night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall our comments on the subject.
Maybe when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say?
Order, Mr. Godot. Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things we neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe... Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. You know, I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What's that about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile, all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard?
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I used the Shishishido to alter the way the wound looked.
So we'll press this, then go back and press on the other topic. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. Like, definitely.
I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought that you were the one who murdered Miss Duodum.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault this case gotten so confusing.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? The one reason I could think of.
This part was the bit, right? about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks.
Well, how about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense. We stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow our statement to be added to the record. Ha, this should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleaned up, shall we? Yes, sir. Ain't no business like snow business. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. Huh, I see what you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid, The Revelations. This is The Matrix, The Grid. Heh. Well then, Mr. Trite. Perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Okay, so given how smug our two attorneys are, time the murder took place. Okay, so 10 through 11, and then where's our weather report? Snowed at 10:50. Yeah, oh, not this? That's not the weather statement? The snow had already stopped. The snow already stopped. Not that, that's what she's proving with it. Is it just this because it has the timestamp? No. It's gotta be one of these things, right? It's got to be the weather data, right? Oh, wait. Hold on. If it's not this, then it's the fact that there was no, in the garden, there wasn't like giant drag marks, right? So, this? Right? Where's the weather report? There it is. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge... it was on fire.
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? This was that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
Order, order, order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, I'll find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunan was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunan's body.
You know what I said like 2 streams ago?
I think it was 2 streams ago. The fact that the bridge cable was out, and what's his face saw like a flying thing. What if somehow? What if Misty Faye's body was thrown across the chasm by the cable, and that's why it has the bruises and like looks like it fell from 10 feet because it was just yeeted across a chasm. Makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you some kind of perfect explanation for this magic trick?
I do, actually, thanks.
No, not exactly. No, there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somewhat demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony?
The final countdown. Other than walking over the body, I did something. I save scummed. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge?
The power of yeet.
So it was just misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burnt down from the lightning blast. It's taken in the morning after the incident. Look at this cable right here.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and where the suspension wires even snapped. Amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
You wouldn't need to carry it now, would you? Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Trite. We gotta say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Should I actually press her on everything, you think? Like, we don't need to, because, like, I already know exactly what it is. Like, I suppose I'll press anyway, just get the text in case there's, like, an achievement or something, but I'm pretty damn sure I know what it is. Yes, but the snow had already stopped when the incident took place. I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godo said. The body did make it across somehow. So I must have gotten confused, I guess. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Well, like, naturally it was, You see? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body smell crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Huh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that as a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Well, this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure it out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? You know, I don't know the exact things yet, it's okay. Start by examining all my evidence and see where that takes me. I'll be like a shark. Don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Wrong. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible at your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Blasphemous! Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laurice Dunham. Brilliant. Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. There's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim threw the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Oh. It didn't get flung. It was swung.
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Laurice Dunham is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction. Exactly what happened. So it's upside down? That's what this is? It's upside down? He was upside down when he saw it. You're right. We've seen that like multiple times because he's looking Yeah. Wait, where's the picture of the sketch that Godot just... Yeah. Yeah, the suspension bridges are... Yeah. Evidence of nothing, exactly what happened, or complete contradiction. You know, I would like to say that it's exactly what happened, but I don't think that's the right answer for this. I think we need to say it's a complete contradiction because it's upside down and everyone's been, like, taking it the wrong way. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Laurice Dunham stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Wright.
So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? This part. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed.
Then show us the reality it's supposed to conflict with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
There you go.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge...
Jumpy Jehoshaphat! The wires are...
below the guard wires.
What?! Order! 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 Ba, 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 ba. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. Or is a definite possibility, rather. I can't read. Leave me alone. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen. Think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why you remember the scene the way you did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh! Ugh, no way.
Laurice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum?
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night could have only been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
This is the only thing I have for it, right?
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Duinum's body. Oh, she had the staff in her there. Do you see that? It kind of bullshit that it like flew off. Like, oh wait, no, it's not bullshit. If she used the staff, then this sword would have come out of its case or whatever. But no, wait, then the staff handle would still be on the wire. So never mind, that doesn't make any sense. Because there's simply no other way to move the body. How many of the 256 flavors of coffee did you just get there, Godot?
Mr. Godot!
He's still going.
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose this is not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? The bruises? Actually, the autopsy report. Right? Body fell 10 feet after death. I'm going for it. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Oh, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like this happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but they came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Duinum's staff. But even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Oh!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. God, I love it when all this shit comes together.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have proved us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. Huh? The coffee is most reliable accomplishes its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say to that, trite?
Dahlia? Actually, oh, it all makes sense now, doesn't it? Dahlia did the murdering on the side of the temple and dumped the body. And then Iris caught it on the other side and dragged it back and defaced it.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person.
That does make either Pearl or Maya the murderer, though.
Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to the Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
It had to be her. Can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You were the only one that could have managed it.
Trite. Are you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing, unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite?
Wait, is it? That's not Maya, right? It hasn't been Maya all along, right? That would be crazy.
You mean this woman is?
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name. Gotta be Dahlia, right? Never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
Oh, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What?
So wait, is that Maya then?
summoning, and like it's like Bikini said, we're like on a night like that people merge.
Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister. She's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, you're gonna put things that way. Then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. No, Morgan's in seven. She couldn't. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m. However, I was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
I'm down to remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. But there was a time when Edgeworth, they swapped places. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off.
I'm still not convinced that Iris is the same one as one who was there that night. Because it's not. They swapped.
Huh. Suppose you're about to say something ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely was Detective Gumshoe! No, it was, sadly, Edgeworth.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake. Ooh.
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might...
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away.
And it's true, Iris was already there.
However, they'd already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind will consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. Oh, she's back to being Dahlia. Look at that face! It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. Never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her, myself. Okay. We gotta... We can finish this tonight. We can do it, I believe.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay will first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. It's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? They mistook Missy for her because she had the amulet, probably. The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it's actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
You crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. I want to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. A bitter, vengeful woman. Their stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She's born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dream of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead. Nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. Nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong. But it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. That's absurd. Maya is just... she's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. Had no point, no value other than fulfilling our own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? This woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Obviously, because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end I died for myself. Thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plans so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fay. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I had no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. Only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay. Why does she want to kill Maya? Like, what? What her goal was. So I mean, we have this. Maya's name on it. The blood is being analyzed now. Why would she want to do it? Is it a profile maybe instead? It wouldn't have to do with this. I mean, unless she wanted to be like the actual, if she wanted to be the master, but she wouldn't be able to do that, so why? The last month, and solitary confinement. Why? So, Dahlia has a grudge, right? She has a grudge. Is it? I have an idea, but it sounds stupid to me. So, the case where she got put away and lost, and like I was a little college feeny boy, the person who won that case was Mia. But I don't know why would she want to kill Maya if she has a grudge against Mia? Like, Mia's already dead. Is it this? Really? Okay. Oh, okay. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. Someone knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. With her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30 p.m. I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Wait, that's wrong. That's not right. She couldn't have materialized at 9:30. Right? Although, if she was around earlier, then that would make sense why Pearl wouldn't be able to do it. But then who channeled her? Did Misty do it? When I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was at least Duanim who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nut never was a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. Did Pearl stab her? Oh. Maybe Pearl channeled Mia and Mia stabbed her mom to save Maya. The last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Which is upside down. Why was it upside down? Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. Behind her back. Ah. I will cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I've been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So that you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes. I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people had gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover up the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies that I already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started the investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the planet actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Oh, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way!
Order. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that. That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now? Feeny. That you're a fucking moron. Because you're a spirit, so you can't be here without a body. So whose body do you think you're currently possessing? Oh, nice ringtone. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! No!
It seems this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Trite. You ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? Why are you quoting Sherlock Holmes?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, it's not really the truth. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up quite. Just relax. Think through the whole thing again. Yeah, there's no water on that side, right? Impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Yeah, this shit. Oh yeah, I do, buddy. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
You're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order.
You're just playing with me. Maya Fay's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Right here. Look, she's even doing the Maya, like, head tilt. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, what remains must be the truth? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fay wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. Where's her dead body then? The real question is what evidence. It's probably just her profile, but still. Normally Olivia no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fay is in this very courtroom. What?
Maya Fay is here. You say she's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. First time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same one. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? Ugh. It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fay is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already, I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fay. What?
How could that be? What this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fay.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her?
Heh. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were interested in only one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there's nowhere for her to run. So the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. No, don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya, they killed herself, isn't that obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! Oh, shit. There she be. Wait, was Pearls next to me the entire time and Hawthorne never noticed? Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did?
Oh, terribly surprising since she was what we killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. Oh, I thought that she had gone through Pearls, but I guess Pearl was sleeping in the garden at that time. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. But Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. How does Mia know about the plan? How does Mia know about the instructions? So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. Wow, way to rub it in. How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went back to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. No. No, I don't think I will. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. I'm waiting for her to try to bite her tongue and kill herself. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you are destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has been burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Poof. Eject. Eject the ghost. That is an angry-looking ghost. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Oof. Damn, son. We had a spooky ghost in the courtroom. She just possessed a Magatama or something? What just happened? Maya's back! Yee! Nick says thump.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I could see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey as well as the young Pearl Fey were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought I was that way.
At any rate, It's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
What do you object to? She's an accomplice, we know this. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet, that's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony?
Huh?
Dahlia's testimony. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yeah, by Pearl. Channeling Mia. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Unless Misty Fate literally committed suicide.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that... Sorry, wrong voice.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Duanim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over.
You know, the only way we're getting an innocent or an accomplished, like, semi-innocent thing is if Misty Faye killed herself to protect her own daughter. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocent.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event will put the final dagger in this case.
Mia? Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. No, it's Maya.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through.
We never need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fue to the... Wait, did I just read that wrong? What did he say about the truth? Anyway, he calls Maya to the stand.
Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite. Got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. Always the same with you. You somehow managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Ooh. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they'd already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I want to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help with the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini. It was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why
That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away because of that. Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Wait, I still don't understand. How did Iris play into this at all? But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right.
Wait.
The person that Dahlia poisoned was... Godot?
Iris.
One more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Duinham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but...
The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a Shichido.
I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you... Shit. Oh, God.
I forget. Is there a way to see the text log? Because there is, right? Like tab? No. There's a way to see it, right? Because I really want to know what that just said. Ace Attorney C text previous. Hold on, there's gotta be a way to do it. Sadly, no. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Okay, well, I mean, there's transcripts on wikis, so I guess I could get it that way. I don't want to spoil, like, the rest for me, though. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
Oh, okay, so he asked who did it.
I see.
Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh. Okay. Something she wants to tell me? Oh, look, she's blushing. Does Maya have competition? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia? How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover Completely. Sorry, I have a hiccup. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She learned who Elise Dunham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself, because fuck you. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Yeah. It's either you or Misty Faye. Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. Just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. Yeah, it was Pearl. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, wait, so it's Misty Faye then. Because Pearl was in the temple the next day, so it was suicide. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Or was I have to prove it? Me. All by myself. Man. Yep, go ahead and save. What section are we on now? 4.3? 4.3. Fun fact, according to the like little headline things, like I have a guide in front of me, but I'm not looking at what the actual answer is. It just has it like broken down by section, like part 4.2, the trial. And like it lists off like testimony, the plan, or like testimony, moving the body, those kind of things. So like at a glance, I can see how many sections there are. And this next part has 4 sections. I'm not entirely sure if I should... Can we do 4 trial sections in an hour? Like, I don't really want to be up super late because it is a work night for me. But I was expecting to finish this tonight. And I'll feel bad if I don't.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or?
Due to the time constraints, a full test was impossible because fuck you. However, there's only one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides would need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, fittingly speaking. So let's finish this quickly.
Agreed. So does that mean I can't press her too much? And I should just look for contradictions? Oh look, he thinks that she's a pretty girl. Maya Fey. My profession is... I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fae clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Faye, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Poor Maya. He looks so sad and like defeated.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep when it happened.
Surely.
Someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. So it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
Alright, let's start pressing. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused, probably because she's tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I mean, I guess press her harder. This seems like a bad idea. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
I do think there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by at least him, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking up my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Oh, now. This is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I'm scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
They should have taken a screenshot of that.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. Thought that was my last hope.
Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. Do I press her for more details? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. Can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
A man? That's new. A man? Who is this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see. She was excused twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it for now because it's there for training. Hey, you know what they say under the lantern? Darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Well, we can contradict that, though. Because we know that the lantern wasn't lit.
You don't mean... What was it? I didn't know it was at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
She's saying that's when Miss Doolinham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in snow.
Sure, blood got on everything around me.
Is that why the snow was missing? That's why I lost consciousness.
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? Don't you remember that?
No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. Worked side by side with mine for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, absolutely certain she's hiding something.
Okay, save.
By the light of the stone lantern. That's not true, right? Was not lit the night of the crime. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Doolinham. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer...
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Oh hey, Maya changed clothes.
Order. Or the court... Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you're the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bot, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. Not hard to understand why I should make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? There truly was no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker? She quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No!
Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
What, was there a lightning strike?
Trite. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark?
There's no other light source to see. I think it might actually be the lightning strike. There are some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see?
Was Godot secretly over there with his big-ass goggles or something?
I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you saw, Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Why are you saying it's a man? Well, it wasn't Edgeworth, he was out of the country. It wasn't Gumshoe, because that wouldn't make any freaking sense at all. Couldn't be Larry. Okay, but this is... who is this person? I mean, it's gotta be Maya, right? Or it's either Pearl or Mia. Right? Or a suicide. Unless it's him. Like... Actually, that's actually the only person who makes sense. Let's assume for a minute that Maya is telling the truth and it is actually a man, which narrows it down quite a bit. It can't be Larry. He was on the other side. We know that because he did his picture. Can't be Edgeworth, out of the country. Can't be Gumshoe, nowhere nearby. But Godot has a glowing freaking visor on his face that you would be able to see in the dark. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Huh. Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Whoa. Whoa, this is... But it can't be.
Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. How did he get there?
Order. 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 Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. What? Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
Ooh, what do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, what the...
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattery.
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Did he speak?
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Because the person who did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. As Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
So you lost consciousness when you were guarded. Yeah, sorry. Let me take a sip of water real quick. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden. Is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple
Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
But she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
Gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. Hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
If it is Godot, he's trying to protect Maya because he's Mia's sister, right? She's Mia's sister. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow is removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I could think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. But he couldn't see the blood, right? Because he can't see red. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with the blood. Yeah, that's good though.
Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay, I think we said that we needed to press again on one of the statements. Was it this one? This is the one where she didn't have stuff before, right? Why would the killer turn with the crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer just wanted to hide? The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. His sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden. She may have thought that you had done it.
Oh, she definitely would have thought so. You're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I'm going to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Let's press on again. They did it for your sake. Well, the body and the blood hadn't been removed. Would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
And if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master Corain, killed by her own daughter. Don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it is difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Yeah, except that not all the evidence got cleaned up, right? Because we know that Godot couldn't see the red on the lantern. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspected was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Uh-oh. And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body or remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion.
Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer wrote it to pin the Kamamaya. The killer didn't notice it. We know that if it's Godot, it's because he didn't see it. And we saw that with Gumshoe. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is this person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Oh, why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très. This is the apron that delightful Miss Beard was wearing at the time, and somehow sewed coffee on.
There's something so bothering, Mr. Godot. Why have we not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Bruh. What do you mean you're still working? It's so late. Why are you still working? What? Why are you still working? That's sad. 15-hour day. What? Why? Are you on call or something? You see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Panic release? Oh, I'm so sorry. Cleaning up everything, I assume. That sucks. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it?
Well, I'm glad to give you a murder case to witness the solution of while you're waiting, at least.
Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. But he drinks coffee. Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Duinham. also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How's a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Oh, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of it. He could be sure of where the blood landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
This is like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Wait just a minute. Maya?
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Ugh! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow.
You senile, old man. We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite.
Very well then. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. Next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her up right away.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We will leave the witness.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. After the incident. I probably should have just split this up into 2 streams. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during Outlet's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearl's being very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it, so she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She said that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures: the training hall and a spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that'd be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone
else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well, what do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, and I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross his Maya, that is. Sorry about that.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the police came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes. Then Mr. Godot, he found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Not true? I think Francisca and I found her. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with the fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry an investigation my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. Okay, let's maybe... Tell me about your investigation, buddy. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Incorrect. That was covered in gravy. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there you headed for the prep room?
Wait a sec, what did Godot just say? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. I kind of want to know about how he cheered up Pearl, or how he pretends to have done so. I think the other thing is the thing I'm supposed to, you know, deal with, but... She cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
Bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly?
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but funny of me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder took place? Okie dokie. Alright, so we know he's wrong. Though... Okay. I need that other thing though, because it gave us some more stuff, right? Okay, get this out there again. Yeah, so like that's the thing that's messed up. Does it give us another piece or no? No, I guess not. Okay. Tell me about the gravy, sir. Wait, really? The what? Gravy? What? What? Oh wait, maybe it's this. Because if... Wait, okay, I think I was going at this the wrong way. I was thinking that it was like... The reason it contradicts it is because he saw it before it got gravied, which means it wasn't the first time he was at the temple. Yeah, okay. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Well, yeah, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? Why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Missy Fey on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible they knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple long before the crime took place. Was he the one who read the letter first? Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak out of the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
Oh, what did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Yeah, I mean, these existed. right? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. So by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and what was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That'd be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness of this coffee. Sorry for what I was asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. Certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly, extreme, for lack of a better word.
Oh, there's such an easy reason for this, though.
Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. Oh, you figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fay is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fay together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fay's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fay's only sister. Mia Fay. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney.
With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. One fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse. You were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. The woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight. All my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Does he drink coffee endlessly to stay awake to make up for lost time or something? Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I'd already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. Shit. Damn it. I double-clicked. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, trite. Huh? Me? I don't swing that way, Godot. If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason was for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazagura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But, how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean by officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Crane had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Yeah, and she never fucking visited? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? What with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She's ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought that we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What?
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master Karain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Well, is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot.
Well, trite, if you're the real deal, save your game so you don't fuck it up. Then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. Sure, you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. And out of that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
So the blood on the knife is Godot's, right?
These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Huh. Things break trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Alright, here we go. Time to get pressing. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering from anymore, but just after that you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright, then let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
they went out.
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
Red lights are coming from Godot's mask, then they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trey?
Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working.
It could have really happened then. Just that moment there was a horrible scream.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. Pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
I was expecting it to be Pearl, honestly.
So that scream came from the killer? That'd be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
No. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation will create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Oh, poor judge. Remember the testimony just before. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, trite. There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? This. It doesn't match the victim's blood. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it is your blood. Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. You really think I'd be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Good bluff. I'm saying he bluffing.
Anyway, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya. This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody over ripping them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. Well, what are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the Inner Temple. Mr. Godot was already there waiting for him.
Never had a chance to change his clothes. Ugh.
Order. What the witness says is...
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
Well, no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... You would have closed the book on this case already.
Yeah, if they were here?
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
Does he not realize that Pearl was channeling her earlier?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. It's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it.
Huh. That's good. Fight it to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break, Trite. You got nothing.
So what do I do at a time like this?
Simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examinations. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
We decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden with his wound. Or sorry, could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden. This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid his wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you said the killer hid his wound?
Your freaking face. It's under your mask. That's why it went out during the fight.
I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'd never be half the lawyer she was. That right, Trite. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Sorry, I don't make screaming noises, especially at 12:30 at night. Come on, play his theme song as he removes his mask. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I can never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could ever find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me. And no one else.
I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid beneath a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose. I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Give me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not exactly sure what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Something else. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years ago? It had been simply the desire for revenge. And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
I knew that line was going to come back.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand out my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing I'd like to say I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I wanna apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Oh, not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. Who's gonna do it? She's planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you, you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh?
Well, we only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
You?
You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Damn, he was dating the sane one.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister... From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to do what you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her souls. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
That she was in love with you, dumbass. My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. Tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Doolin. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant
not guilty.
Court is now adjourned. Get out of my courtroom, you heathens! With your spirits and your love nonsense! Out of here! I'm going to go watch hockey with my brother.
Well, I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. Nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. You know, lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You're brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Yeah! Francisca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. I totally wasn't making out with Francisca in the back room of the prosecutor's office. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If those two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose. Oh, no, it's Larry. I thought it was gonna be Gumshoe. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? Got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. It's fine, Larry. You need to teach Pearl how to paint. No. Yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? I draw you well too? Blah. My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Something you would do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Francie's whippity whips out! Don't get carried away. I mean, he broke through a little bit of this soon. How about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right, you seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suppose you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth. I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strung for? Pearl. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. For the good of the Fey clan. Sure, she believed in every last word. She thought he was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. The cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, till she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Well, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of kind of got down by a teeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Yeah. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? Oh, I knew it. We're doomed. Come on. Let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you. Oh, sorry, it's Gumshoe. Hey, you. Crybaby. You're invited too. Oh. Forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Really? Can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. Thought so too, so I called the village. No one's heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured. She's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will, we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ow! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. The office, probably? Not the office. To the mountain? What? Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Mr. Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay.
Pearlie's not here. Oh, hey, look, there's no potato anymore. Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. Gotta be Pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya!
And then they hug, right? I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do. To pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. Oh, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who's there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there. Sure, I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I had to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini? Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
But that's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo?
Ah! Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. What makes us humans is what we fight for others. Or that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww, look! Mia broke it too. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return. Time and time again. Oh, sorry, Maya probably broke it. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. They're adorable. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Oh, this is a day to remember. Day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back anytime for training. Alright. Gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know. And I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. Make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back. Alright. We're at a great feast today, Pearlie. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but... Why for 3? Oh, come on. What do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini would take special care of you. Huh? 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 That'll be great, Nick. I do the special course naturally. That's a great idea.
After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? You walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, I guess nothing. There we go. Ooh. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Karen and the office manager of Wright & Co. law offices. I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. I wonder if there's a weird translation going on there. Why would she say she needs to be a big sister for Nick?
So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. Went through with a special course all the way to the end. I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Weird honeymoon, but okay. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. You're 10 years younger. Never take it off.
Yeah, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Let's pretend you never said that, Gumshoe.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karen exhibit was a great success. We got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. Taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as a kind of side business. Wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
That's funny. They sell the plans and then thwart them.
Oh, my love. I wanted to show you my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 on a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. Bet he's drinking it right now. Win through compromise.
Yo, that's pretty nice. Got $500,000. Yeah, best girl. I'm just an old man in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown knows waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. The credits are actually just a memory game. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone get along. His name is Adam Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Yeah, the credits is just a memory game of like me remembering what voice I use for what character. And I'm probably getting some of them wrong. My, more reporters. Since the murder, we made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazine like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. Can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa. They went hardcore on the cheek action right there, on that animation. Good though.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but
Felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. It is interesting because, like, they explicitly said girlfriend, or well, yeah, someone explicitly said that Wright was dating Maya, right? During one of the court cases here, like an hour ago or so. But I think besides Pearl's general delusions, isn't that the first time someone's like really stated that? Like, I'm sure like everyone ships them together because, you know, they're always together, they have that whole dynamic and all that stuff. But like, they could totally just be pals. And then like he could date Iris. So. God. Mr. Payne. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation. No one's here to greet me. Well, I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia I brought back for everyone? I bring them over to Edgy Poo. I know exactly what I'll say to the system. I really can't accept these young ladies. Something like it's a painful and fragile heart. Oh, when will I ever find a gentleman who will treat me like a refined lady? I finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's whippity whip trip is going to turn the art world on its head. Oh, I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. Not a loser after all. I'm glad he found a calling. There we go. They're happy. Look at these happy people being happy together. From the previous generation. Very nice. I wonder what hairstyle Morgan had when she was a kid. Or like a teenager, or like a young adult. Achievement unlocked, bridge to the turnabout, and a lawyer only cries once it's all over. What, okay, a lawyer only cries once it's all over is clear all of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. 12.3% of players have this achievement. Only 12% of people who buy this game finish it completely? That's kind of sad. Well, there we go though. Whew. Yeah, I mean it is pretty long. This was what, part 31? 32? Let me look on the YouTubes real quick. Yeah, this is part 31. And we had at least a few streams that went like around this length or close. I think this is our longest Ace Attorney stream. 5.5 hours. I think at least one or two have maybe gone to 4, possibly 5 before, but this was, I think, the first 5.5 hour one. So, and the last. I would have stopped it midway through and such before the trial, probably like around the 2 hour mark, but I don't know. I said I was going to finish it today, and I wanted to use the VTuber model for the last time and not have it go another day. So. Anyway, it is now very late. It's 1 a.m. I have to work, you know, in 8 hours or so, and I have to wake up before that to get my morning workout and study and all those other things. So I'm gonna go now, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around. I hope your workday is done. Like you're actually done working. Okay, is Hoshino's banner up tomorrow? Like when I wake up tomorrow, can I just like throw a bunch of peroxine or whatever the things are called at her? It's up in 2 hours. Okay. Okay. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I have more than enough to get her. So, I don't have it like on anything I can stream, so you'll just get screenshots. But anyway. Ugh. All right. Well, good luck with that. I'm sure you'll do great. I am gonna go now. Probably fall asleep listening to Vine Sauce, maybe Jabroni Mike. He's awake. Yeah, he's awake. So I'll probably just go listen to that and fall asleep. It's gonna be great. Any hoodles. Have a good rest of your night. Take it easy, and I'll catch you tomorrow. I don't know when I'm gonna stream yet, but I'll stream something. So, bye.
พี่เน็กทำอะไรอ่ะ
โอ้โหเด็ก